course is not only to help you get AI 900 certified, but also to help you understand the fundamentals of artificial intelligence and implementing artificial intelligence solutions in Azure. We want you to be able to take the knowledge you gained in this course and apply it in your real world projects. Now, what is our approach to building a great course? We are taking a three-pronged approach. We have amazing video presentations where we would introduce the different Azure services to you. We also have designed a number of amazing demos where you'll be playing with the Azure services. We also have two different kinds of quizzes to reinforce your learning. We have the traditional text quizzes where you have questions, multiple choice answers, and you pick the right answer. We also have video quizzes where we discuss the scenarios, solutions, and the different variations that are possible on the solution. By using this three-pronged approach, we think you'll be able to remember things for a long time and you will do really well at the exam. Now, before we move into the next step, there are a couple of recommendations for you. Number one, this is not a race. Take your time, focus on understanding things well, and do not hesitate to replay videos when needed. The second, but the most important recommendation is to have fun. Preparing for certifications can get really boring, and that's why we have invested a lot of time to try and make this course really interactive, really hands-on, and making sure that you will have a lot of fun while you learn. I'm really excited to help you get Azure certified, and I'll see you in the next step. Welcome back. In this step, let's get started with an introduction to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is all around you. Not a day passes these days without a mention of self-driving cars. You might even be owning one. Your email boxes use spam filters. The spam filters are based on artificial intelligence. They can recognize whether an email is spam or not. Gmail provides automatic email classification. It automatically classifies emails into primary, social, and promotions. This is also based on artificial intelligence. Fraud detection is also based on artificial intelligence. Whenever you do any transaction using your credit card or debit card or any online transaction, there is a fraud detection algorithm which is running in the background. Most of the times, these fraud detection algorithms are based on artificial intelligence. Now, you might be wondering, what is artificial intelligence? How is it different from the normal programs we write? Let's get started with a definition of artificial intelligence. This is the Oxford Dictionary definition of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the theory and development of computer systems that are able to perform tasks normally requiring human intelligence. Examples are visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and translation between languages. Humans are really intelligent. The goal of artificial intelligence is to build computer systems that are as intelligent as humans. The goal is to build systems which can look at images and detect objects, which can look at videos and recognize what he or she is speaking about. To build computer systems that make as complex decisions as a human can make. To understand further about AI, let's dig deeper into the two different types of AI. The first type of AI is strong artificial intelligence. This is also called general AI. The goal of general AI is to build machines which are as intelligent as humans. A machine that can solve problems, learn, and plan for the future. A machine that is an expert at everything, including playing all sports and games. A machine that can learn like a child, building on its own experiences. And the fact is, we are really far away from achieving this. The estimates are that it might take a few decades to never. Some of them predict that we will never be able to achieve strong AI at all. All the typical AI examples that we look at are examples of narrow AI or weak AI. Narrow AI focuses on a specific task. Good examples are self-driving cars. They focus on driving safely. Virtual assistants. They focus on understanding what you're speaking and executing a few commands. Other examples are programs that can process an image and detect what is in an image. For example, in this specific image, we are predicting that it has water, it has sky, there is a lake in it. The picture was taken outdoors. There are skyscrapers in here. And you can also see that each of these is predicted with a certain level of confidence. We are also generating a description for this specific image, a city skyline with water, 27% confidence. This is an example of narrow AI again. This specific program can look at an image and predict what's in it. Machine learning is a category of narrow AI which focuses on learning from data, learning from examples. If you want to build a model which would predict what's in an image, the approach we would take to build such a model is to use thousands of examples or millions of examples with images and tags. You would have millions of such examples with predefined tags. You train a model using these, and later you will use the same model to predict what's in the image. This approach is called machine learning, where you are learning from data, learning from examples. In this step, we talked about artificial intelligence and we looked at the two types of AI, strong AI and narrow AI. The goal of AI is to build computer systems that are as intelligent as humans. And that's the goal of strong AI or the general AI as well. Achieving general AI is a long way away. Whatever AI we see in action today is narrow or weak AI. These solutions focus on specific tasks, self-driving cars, virtual assistants, identifying objects in an image. Let's talk a lot more about AI in the subsequent steps. Welcome back. In this step, let's look at a couple of examples of machine learning. Let's get started with identifying objects from images. The service in Microsoft Azure to help you to do that is called computer vision. Let's see what are the things that computer vision can do for you. The first thing that we look at is to analyze and describe images. It helps you to tag the content of the image, give a written description for the image, and also to identify if the image contains racy or adult content. Let's look at an example. Let's pick up one of the images from here. I'm picking up the second image which is present in here. This has buildings, roads, cars, and a lot of other things. And you can see that the tags associated with them identify that this is outdoor. There are skyscrapers in the picture. There are buildings. There is a road. It's downtown. There are cars in the picture. And you can see that there are a number of other tags that are associated. It also provides you a description about the image. A street with cars and buildings. It also says the picture does not have any racy or adult content. So you can see that each of these tags, description and racy content or adult content is associated with a specific amount of confidence level. If I click next page and select a image next, you can see that this can identify characters from a image. This is what is called optical character recognition, OCR. This is able to detect text in an image and extracts the recognized words into machine readable character stream. Similar to that, it can also identify handwriting in an image. Let's pick up one of the images from here. So you can see that from this image, it is able to identify that this is the transcript. So you can extract handwritten text from notes, letters, essays, whiteboards, and a wide range of other things. Let's do a next step. And let's look at the next feature of computer vision, which is recognize celebrities and landmarks. This feature recognizes 200k celebrities and 9,000 landmarks from around the world. Let's pick up Statue of Liberty. You can see that it says it's Statue of Liberty with 95% confidence. Let's say try another image and pick up Satya Nadella. It says it's Satya Nadella with 100% confidence. You can see the power of these systems. Now the important thing to understand is how are these systems built? How is this specific model built? The way this specific model is built is through examples. Millions of images with the right tags, labels and descriptions were used to train the model. Once the model is trained sufficiently, it can start predicting. Let's look at another example, AlphaGo. Go is a game which originated in China over 3,000 years ago. And winning a game of Go is very, very complex. It needs multiple layers of strategic thinking. An astonishing thing about Go is the fact that there are 10 to the power of 170 possible board configurations. As it says in here, it's more than the number of atoms in the known universe. So Go is Google times more complex than chess. We have been trying to write Go programs for several decades. And in spite of that, the strongest Go computer programs could only play at the level of human amateurs. And that's where AlphaGo comes into picture. AlphaGo is the first computer program to defeat a professional human Go player, the first to defeat a Go world champion, and the strongest Go player in history. There are multiple levels of AlphaGo, but the interesting thing is how AlphaGo was built. Let's look at one of the specific versions of AlphaGo, which is AlphaGo 0. AlphaGo 0 uses a novel form of reinforcement learning, in which AlphaGo 0 becomes its own teacher. The system starts off with a neural network that knows nothing about the game of Go. It then plays games against itself, and that's how it learns. As it plays multiple games, the neural network is tuned and updated to predict moves. The graph in here shows the ELO journey of AlphaGo 0. It starts with zero knowledge of the game and only the basic rules as input. It starts playing against itself. And within 3 days, it's able to surpass the abilities of AlphaGo Lee, the version that beat the world champion in 4 out of 5 games. And within 21 days, it reaches the level of AlphaGo Master, the version which defeated the world champion in 3 out of 3 games. And look at what happens in 40 days. It surpasses all other versions of AlphaGo and becomes the best Go player in the world. The important thing is that it does this entirely just by self-play. There is no manual intervention involved. In this step, we looked at a couple of machine learning examples, identifying objects from images and AlphaGo. I'm sure you're having a wonderful time, and I'll see you in the next step. Welcome back. In this step, let's dig deeper into the differences between machine learning and traditional programming. The traditional programming is based on rules. You would have a number of rules saying, if this, do that. If you want to predict the price of a home, for example, you design an algorithm taking all factors into consideration. You look at the location, home size, age, condition, market, economy. You take the different factors into consideration and you design a complex algorithm that would try and predict a price. The entire effort typically is very manual, and the system would be really, really complex because there would be a number of rules like this. On the other hand, machine learning is all about learning from examples. It's not about rules, it's about examples. You would provide millions of examples and you would create a model using these examples. Once you have a model, you can use the model to make the predictions. If you want to predict the price of a home using machine learning, you would gather a lot of data. You might gather millions of rows showing information like this. What is the home size? What is the age? What is the condition? And what is the price? Once you have lots of data, this is also called data set. You would use the data set to create a model. Once the model is sufficiently trained with right examples, you'd be able to use the model to make predictions. However, there are a lot of challenges associated with developing models using machine learning. You need a lot of data. The number of examples which is needed is huge. Availability of skilled personnel is another important challenge. There are not sufficient number of data scientists available. The other important challenge is the complexity in implementing ML ops. It's not like you build the model one time and use it all the time. The model needs to be updated regularly, and the process of updating the model is very complex. And that's what you'd be learning in this specific course. In this course, you'll be learning 3 different approaches to building AI solutions in Azure. You can use pre-trained models which are provided by Azure. An example is Azure Cognitive Services. Azure Cognitive Services can help you to get intelligence from text, images, audio, video. It can look at an image and give you the tags. It can take an audio and give you a transcription of that specific audio. It can look at a video and identify the person that's there in the video. So that's approach 1, using the pre-trained models which are provided by Azure. The second approach is to build simple models of your own without needing data scientists. Most of the times, developers have very limited experience with machine learning. And that's where these limited or no code experiences of building models become really useful. A good example of a service in Azure which helps you to do that is custom vision. Let's say you're running a specific type of industry where you'd want to identify the machine parts. The pre-trained models which are provided by Azure might not be able to do that. And that's where you need to build your own models. If you're using custom vision, you can say these are the images and these are the tags associated with the images. And you can train the model without using any code. Similar to that, Azure Machine Learning Service also provides you with an automated machine learning feature. So the first approach is to use pre-trained models. The second approach is to build simple models without using code at all. The third approach is where we would build complex models using data scientists and a large machine learning team. This is where you build your own machine learning models from zero. You'd go for this when your team is really experienced with machine learning. Azure Machine Learning also enables you to build complex models. So the 3 approaches to building AI solutions in Azure include pre-trained models. This is where you would be making use of the pre-built models which are provided by Azure through Azure Cognitive Services. The other 2 approaches involve building your own models. If your team has limited or no code experience, you can build simple models using custom vision and Azure Machine Learning. If you have an experienced team with data scientists in it, you can also build complex models, and Azure Machine Learning would simplify a lot of processes that are involved in building complex models. So as you can see in here, Azure Machine Learning can be used to build simple models as well as complex models as well. We will discuss the details of each of these services in the subsequent steps. We'll talk about Azure Cognitive Services, Custom Vision, and Azure Machine Learning in depth. In addition to learning these 3 approaches, we'll also help you to understand why it is important to use AI with caution. We'll help you understand the challenges, risks, and the important principles that you need to adhere to when you are building AI solutions. The goal of the last couple of steps is to give you an introduction to machine learning. Let's dive into the Azure solutions, starting the next step. Welcome back. In this step, let's look at a few scenarios related to machine learning fundamentals. You want to build a computer system as intelligent as a human. Something which is an expert at everything. Maybe even play all sports and games. Which category of AI are we talking about in here? We are talking about strong AI. This is also called general AI. You want to build a computer system that focuses on a specific task, either driving a car or detecting objects from images. What are we talking about in here? We are talking about narrow AI or weak AI. Most of the solutions that we will be building in this course fit into narrow AI or weak AI. The category of AI that focuses on learning from data, learning from examples. That's machine learning. How is ML different from traditional programming? Traditional programming is based on rules. If this, then do that. Programmers build a number of such rules, and your program executes them and returns a output. However, machine learning is based on examples. In machine learning, you'll use the data examples to create a model, and the model will do the predictions. Which Azure service helps you to use pre-trained models? There are a number of pre-trained models that Azure makes available to you under the umbrella of Azure Cognitive Services. You can do natural language processing. You can identify objects in images. You can detect people in videos using some of the services that are part of Azure Cognitive Services. Which Azure services help you build simple models without needing data scientists or AI ML skills? The answer to this is there are two important services. One is the automated machine learning feature, which is present in Azure Machine Learning. Automated machine learning helps you to build simple models without building anything complex like pipelines. The other option is when you are building image-based models. If you want to build your own custom model based on your own images, in those kind of situations, you can go for custom vision service. Which Azure service helps you build complex ML models? So you want your data scientists, your data engineers to work on really complex machine learning problems. Which Azure service should they use? They should be using Azure Machine Learning. Specifically in Azure Machine Learning, you can use Designer to create machine learning pipelines. Azure Machine Learning helps you to automate the entire ML lifecycle. As we go further in the course, we will learn a lot more about Azure Cognitive Services, Azure Machine Learning, and Custom Vision as well. In this step, we looked at some scenarios related to machine learning fundamentals. I'm sure you're having a wonderful time, and I'll see you in the next step. Welcome back. In this section, we would be talking about pre-trained models. What are pre-trained models? These are pre-trained models which are ready for use. These are provided through cognitive services. The goal of cognitive services is to bring AI within the reach of every developer. Not every developer is a machine learning expert. However, you'd want to be able to build applications which use machine learning, and that's what cognitive services enable you to do. It is AI without building custom models. It does not need machine learning expertise. And these services are exposed as simple APIs. These are exposed as simple web services. You can call this service and get the response back. If you want to find out what's in the specific image, you can pass the URL of the image as an input, and you would get Statue of Liberty as an output from that service. You don't need to worry about creating a model, training the model, and deploying the model. You just call the API and you make use of the result which is provided back to you. That's what cognitive services enables you to do. It helps you to build programs that can see, hear, speak, search, and understand just like humans. You can get intelligence from images, videos. You can get intelligence from text. You can also get intelligence from audio. There are a variety of services that are part of cognitive services. If you want to get intelligence from images and videos, you can make use of computer vision, face API, form recognizer. If you want to get intelligence from text, this is also called natural language processing. You can make use of text analytics. You can use the translator API and the text to speech API. If you want to get intelligence from audio, you can make use of the speech to text API. Or there is something called LUIS, Language Understanding Intelligence Service. You can pass a sentence to LUIS and it would try and understand the intent, what you want to do. There are also a few other services that are provided by cognitive services. You can enable conversations. For example, if you want to build a chatbot, you can do that using something called Q&A Maker and the Azure Bot service. If you want to detect fraud transactions, you can make use of Anomaly Detector service. If you want to moderate content, if you want to see if a specific image has racy or adult content, or if you want to see that if any profanity is used in a specific piece of text, you can make use of the content moderator. The goal of this step is to give you a 10,000 feet overview of cognitive services. The goal of cognitive services is to bring AI within the reach of every developer. All these services are exposed as APIs and you can consume them from your applications. You can use cognitive services to get intelligence from images, videos, text, audio, and also to build conversations. In the subsequent steps, we will explore each of the services that are mentioned in here in depth. I'm sure you're having a wonderful time, and I'll see you in the next step. Welcome back. Starting this step, let's look at the cognitive services related to vision. We'll start looking at the vision related APIs. There are multiple vision related APIs which are present as part of the cognitive services. Let's explore them in this specific step. Vision. It's all about getting intelligence from videos and images. Let's look at a few demos. This is a demo which we already looked at. So we saw that computer vision can be used to analyze and describe images. We can get tags, description, we can identify if it's racy or adult content. If I do next step, we can also identify text in a specific image. So this is optical character recognition in action. I can do next step in here, and over here you can also read handwriting in imagery. So you can use optical character recognition to identify handwriting and also printed text in a specific image. If I do next step, you would see that I can recognize celebrities and landmarks in this specific image as well. So these are some of the basic things that you can do using computer vision. Let's look at another simple demo. In addition to tagging an image, generating a description out of it, you can also identify the objects in images. This is called object detection. You can see that if you give the image as an input, you can identify the different objects which are present in this specific image. You can see that this person is being identified. You can see that the train is also being identified in here. So you can see the different objects which are identified and returned back as an array. You can see that the object is a person. The coordinates of the person in the image are also returned back. The XY coordinates, the width and the height also is returned related to the person. If you scroll down, you'd also see details about the format of the image, what is the dimension of the image, whether it's black and white, whether it's adult content, is it gory or racy. You can also get details about the color scheme of the specific image. Let's pick up another image from here. And you can see that the objects in that specific image are automatically identified. So in addition to tagging an image and in addition to generating a description from an image, you can identify the
Do you want to learn how you can deploy a React app with user authentication without loads of hassle? In this video, that is exactly what I'm going to teach you how to do. Hi guys, my name is Sam with Complete Coding, where our aim is to make you into the best developer that you can be. In this video, we're going to be looking at how we can use AWS Amplify to set up a new React app and have authentication automatically handled for us by Amplify and Amazon Cognito. Now that we're in the code, we can look at setting up this React app with AWS Amplify. The first thing that we need to do is actually install the AWS Amplify CLI. So what I'm going to do is go into a terminal. Now this terminal could be inside VS Code like me, or it could just be a normal terminal. And we're going to do npm install -g AWS Amplify CLI. And this is the CLI that will allow us to interact with AWS Amplify for creating certain things that we need for this process. Once this has finished updating, then we can move on to creating our React app. Now that has finished installing, we can install React and create a React app. So I already have create React app installed, so I can run npx create-react-app and then the file name for we have all of the files we need, including all of the source. So the next thing we need to do is open up the terminal again, and in here we need to set up our Amplify to work with our AWS account. So the way that we do that is to AWS console tab, and you need to make sure that you're logged in too. And as we are logged in as that, we can hit and get through to the review process. So the first thing we need to do is paste in our access key, which we've just copied, and we'll go through some extra steps to in our so now we can get on to the more interesting part of this, which is actually adding some code. We're going to just rip out all of the content in the middle of here, as this is where we're going to put our new code. We're then going to add a new component in here. For this, I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm just going to do a h to my app page amplify. And the final import that we need to do, and we're going to be importing, set up our configuration, so amplify, and that is almost all of our app system. We amplify /UI-react, and once these have installed, that is everything we need to set up our app. I'll get back to you once those have installed so that we with our AWS Amplify setup. So that didn't take as long as we can try and log in. Here we want to have our username, add a phone number 7. If we actually click the sign out, it takes us back to that home page. But now, this time, I can do Sam at. In this video,
inside here. Next. And then we need to define the secret app. And now I'm going to use npx to create our demo app. I'm just going to call AWS Amplify module. Create them. Amplified configurations. Creates. I'm just here. AS file. Okay, so it's up and running. Home page, about page, create. And I should get a verification code within a few seconds. So I'm just gonna enter that. And hey, there you go. And it doesn't affect other pages. And seems like the whole thing's working, and it's pretty simple. And this is it, everyone. I hope you have learned something. And if you like this,
just look at why. It's saying that the property label is missing. So label is a required field, and the reason for that is because if you don't have label text, then we can't really put anything in the label. So let's add a label here of email, and let's go ahead and save that. So now you can see we've got a text field showing on the page. If I click on the email, you can see it's actually connected to the input field, so it's already been wired up. If you don't put an ID on here, we still will wire it up. We'll just generate the ID for you. That way, if for some reason you don't have it on there, then it's still going to be accessible. So next, let's put a button on here because we need people to actually be able to sign up. So I'm going to say sign up on there, and then I'm going to make this have a variation of primary since this is the primary action. So I'll go ahead and save that. So there's still one thing missing here, which is the color's still wrong. So the button's a little bit different in terms of styling it because it's, it's got a hover effect, it's got an active, there's active, hover, focus. So we're actually going to style that via the theme provider. So I'm going to import the theme provider, and that'll give me a chance to show you about it. A few things about it. So we'll put it up here. We'll wrap the whole app in it. So I'll pull that up and save that. You'll notice nothing's changed, and that's because we didn't override the theme. So if you don't override the theme, it's not going to do anything. So let's go ahead and pull a theme in. Sorry. So I'm going to create a theme object here. And I'm actually going to give it a type of theme. So I'll pull in theme TypeScript type. And that'll give us some nice IntelliSense on this. So the first thing that happens is I believe it's going to start, it's going to start being mad at us because we missed the name. So let's add perfect dev, perfect, I'll just call it perfect theme. And then we can start adding some design tokens here. So we'll add the tokens. We want to customize the components. We want to change the button. We want to change the primary button. And then we're going to change the background color to have a value of, and here I'm going to use one of our design tokens. So this will refer to those base design token color schemes. So I'm going to say colors.pink.60. And then while we're here, I'm also going to change the hover. Oh, and I always forget this comma. Let's put the comma there. And I'll change the background color for the hover. Colors.pink.60. Oh, actually, I think this one's 80. That way it's a little darker. And I need a quote. No, I missed something. Oh, I don't.
I think there's one on the inside past the 80.
Oh, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah. I do like the new VS Code like colored curly braces though. That's been so helpful. Okay. So nothing changed because I didn't pass it to the provider. Let's pass it to the provider. And then let's go over here, and now we have a hover effect and a colored, the right branded color button. So yeah, actually I did have one more thing that I wanted to show you, which is the email. You'll notice actually already has the right color, and that's because, I already added some CSS that I didn't tell you about. This is just, I just wanted to show this off because it just shows how flexible our theming options are. Like, sometimes you don't have to just use the theming props. You don't have to just use the theme provider. If you want to just write CSS, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. So this is targeting the amplify text field class, which is going to surround this whole thing, including both the label and the input. And then we're targeting a specific CSS variable, the amplify components field label color. And then we're actually assigning it to another one of our design tokens for CSS variables called amplify colors pink. So that kind of gives you a idea of the full spectrum of the theming options that are available.
Nice. We had a question come in. I think it was for the previous screen there. If colors.pink would work too. I'm not sure if it's the class then instead of the object, like broken out like that.
So Heather's probably better at answering this question.
Right, colors.pink won't work because we need to drill down to our scale. So in our design tokens that we're generating, they kind of work on this level where you have like a namespace, so that would be colors, and then we further section those out by the hue, which would be pink in this case. And then we use a range of colors, so I think there's 10 for each, going from like 10 to 100, and then there's some like steps in between. So 10 refers to like the lightest color, and then 100 would be like the darkest color. And we have a section on our UI docs site, which I can also show later, but that kind of shows like every default theme color we have to start with.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
Awesome. I think I can, that's all that I have for the demo. If you have any questions, or Heather can take it on with the main demo.
My only question that I have right now is like thinking about the amplify side of this in my head. Do these components like make it easier when you're taking in inputs to like update Dynamo through whatever on the amplify side, or is it just kind of the normal way of taking in an input at that point?
Yeah, so at the moment that would just be the norm. It would be the normal way. You just have to connect directly. But that being said, these are the same components that the Figma and Studio use to generate code. So I don't know if you've looked at that at all, but there's a capability in Amplify Studio where you can actually design these components. I think we have a little bit of, let me pull up the UI doc site again. But there's the Figma integration that we have basically allows you to
In this video, we're
sorry, I'll just need that real quick. You can be in Figma and then generate like a component. So yeah, that's showing. Thought I could find one more. Oh yeah, here it is. So like you're inside of Figma, you generate like a design in Figma using our UI components. Sure. You can add a button, you can add a card, you can add an image, and then you pull that down into Amplify Studio, and you can actually attach that to data, and then export that down into your application as a component, and it'll generate like readable, real React code like you would write it using hooks to data store, and then you could use that with the theme provider. And if you had parts of your app that are completely custom, you could just keep using the UI primitives for the rest of those parts, or go through Figma.
Yeah, that's really cool. Nice. So Heather, you're gonna kind of take this next step and dive in a little further at this point?
Yeah, I can show us how we can look at some more of the components and some more like theming options. So if I can share my screen.
Yep.
And then kind of show what we're gonna start building. So we have this little mock-up of like a properties listing app, kind of maybe like Airbnb type of clone kind of thing. So we have some cards to represent each property. And then we can see we have a header with our logo. We have a sign-in button. So maybe we'll want to do something with routing and authentication, which Eric will show us a little bit later. And we also have some a color scheme on the side that our designer made, which happens to be me in this case. And you can see we have a little bit more like muted colors compared to the default UI. Our default UI uses a little bit like brighter, more saturated colors. So we know we're gonna want to build out some components to make these little card components. So if I hop over to where I'm going to start with, I just also scaffolded out a Create React app, and there's a guide on our doc site, like Scott mentioned, that shows everything we do there, but pretty simple to get up and running. And for me to start with, I set up some basic routes for us to work with. So our home page will be our properties listing, and then I stubbed out like a login and admin page too.
Very cool.
And then just to see what else I added, so I added React router so we can do a little bit of routing for the authentication. Also added an icons package. React icons has kind of like a conglomerate of a bunch of different icon libraries that I like to use. And then since we're mostly going to focus on, hello connections, we're going to mostly focus on building out UI components. So I just made some placeholder data like a JavaScript object. We were going to go the full like Amplify route. This is where you might go over to Amplify Studio and design out your data there. So Amplify Studio is kind of like our visual backend designer, where you can set up your schemas and all of your GraphQL queries and things right from an admin type of UI. But first, we're just going to use some hard-coded data to start with.
Cool.
So let's see. I think I'm going to start with building out just one of these cards, so like one property. So I'll hop over to code. And I also, let me show, I have the app running with just like some starter HTML elements, just to save a little bit of time. So you can see I'm just like iterating through each property list. There's going to be some things we want to fix, like these images are a little bit stretched out, so we'll go over that also. Also set up my header a little bit. So right now it's just unstyled, not using any of our components. So let's start with the property card. So I'll go down to my JSX here. And I know I probably want to have a link wrapping each card. Let me make some space. So I'm going to use our Amplify link component. And for now, we'll just have it keep linking back to the root. But probably you'd want to link it to like a detail page or something like that. And then let's fix our image component. So we're going to use the Amplify image component. All of these are just regular HTML or attributes that you'd have on a normal image element. But I want to fix this like stretched behavior that's going on. So that's where I'll use a style prop like Scott was mentioning. And we're going to set this to object fit. And we'll do, see, I think we want cover. I always mix it up with contain. And should see, make sure I'm still running. Okay. So you kind of see it like crop the images a little bit. Now they're not as stretched out. You could also do, want to do contain, then it would keep the aspect ratio, but we want it to fill all the space. And then if we go back to our mockups, we know that we have our heading. We kind of want it to sit next to this star rating component. So that's where I'll use that flex box component that Scott showed. So we'll do flex. Just gonna drop these into there. reposition this so we can see. So the alignment's really weird right now. We'll fix that too by using some just layout rules that we can also pass as style props. Do align item center, and that fixes that layout. And then let's start restyling the heading. So we'll use heading component, and I want mine to be in H2. So we'll do heading level 2. And the font size is a little big right now. We're actually going to fix that in our theme object instead, just so we can show that off. So we'll circle back to that. And then we'll replace this rating value where it says 4 right here. We want that to be the star rating component. So we'll add that in, and we'll make the value for that rating.
On the image component, does that do anything else like lazy load the images or anything?
It does not. I don't think we have any of that.
More just styling.
Yeah, it's more just styling, kind of like taking the basic image element and adding some properties to it for like utility. Let's see. So our rating component's really big right now. We want that to be small, so we'll just use a small variation. And since this is actually a flex component, like under the hood, so if I look at rating, you can see it's picking up that amplify flex class. So we can apply flex layout rules to this component, and it will also pick them up. So I can set a gap. Let's do something kind of small. Cool. And then I also want to align it to the right, so it's always on the right no matter how short the title is. So let's do margin inline start. I'll make that auto. So one thing cool about using like margin inline instead of margin left or margin right is if you're going to localize this and you wanted it to work for right to left languages, the browser would automatically know how to switch those to be right versus left. Nice. So that's kind of a cool thing I've learned recently. Let's see. And then we have some kind of like longer titles that are spilling over to 2 lines. Like this one's really long. So let's make this actually truncated. It's just a prop we have for headings. And I'll get true. Cool. So 1 line, that's looking better. We'll come back and fix the color for our star rating object also. But for now, let's move on to the beds. So in our mockup, oops, let's see what we have. We've got a little icon and then a little bit lighter gray text. So that's where, like Scott was showing off how to use the color style props. We can do that for there too. So I'm just gonna put this in another flex object just so I can align the icon with the text a little bit easier. And I'm gonna pull in icon component. And this is pretty neat because, oops, let me spell that right. You can use it with like any SVG icon library. So we're using, I have box icons from that React icons package. So I'm gonna use that and just do as icon.
Welcome to our JSON course, so that's JavaScript Object Notation course. My name is Lawrence, and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to present this course to you today. I've been a web developer for a number of years, and working with JSON really gives us a great way to transmit and utilize data, especially within JavaScript. So JSON essentially is extended from JavaScript. It's a media type, so the extension for it is JSON, JSON. It always starts and ends with curly brackets. The names are separated. We'll put this into the console. So JSON versus XML versus YAML. So there are some differences. Practice and get more familiar with working with JSON. So we're going to show you how to connect to this API, bring it into your JavaScript, and then welcome back in this. And the reason I'm showing you these is because JavaScript, and then let you go through the data and
Wow, thank you so much for joining this course. My name is Jimmy Narain and I'm very, very happy. Let me ask you a question. Do you have those moments when you know exactly what you should be doing? You know how to do it, but you still don't do it. Now, we all procrastinate from time to time, but for some of us, that procrastination can be really dangerous because sometimes when we procrastinate too much, it can literally kill our dreams. And I'm sure that you had those situations when you perhaps looked at your to-do list and you saw that one task or one activity that has been lingering there for weeks, maybe for months. And you know deep inside that you should be doing it. And you have the clarity, you know how to do it, but you still can't get yourself to do it. And it's a terrible feeling. It almost feels like you're paralyzed. It's like two parts of your brain arguing with one another, right? One part of your brain tells you, hey, you can't do it. You should just do it right away. You will feel better about it after you do it. But then there's this other part of your brain that tells you, nah, you don't have to do it now. You have to do another thing, right? So this section is all about procrastination. And I decided to put this section right at the beginning of this course because when you really think about it, procrastination is the biggest killer of productivity. Now, let's consider this. Let's say that you have incredible systems for productivity. You know how to avoid interruptions. You know how to handle them when they happen. You know how to focus. You know how to prioritize. You may know all of those things, but if you procrastinate, well, you won't get things done. You won't create any results. Now, the good news is that there are certain strategies, techniques, of course, mindset shifts that will help you to, I don't want to say completely kill procrastination because I have to acknowledge we are all human beings and we all procrastinate from time to time, but they will certainly help you to manage that procrastination and to avoid it in most cases. So the purpose of this section is to give you my best tools, strategies, and of course mindset shifts so you can learn how to avoid procrastination. Now, will you completely get rid of it? Probably not, right? We are all human beings. We are imperfect. You may know everything about overcoming procrastination, but inevitably you will still have those situations sometimes when procrastination will creep in and stop you. And that's okay. That's okay. However, with those videos, with those strategies, you will be equipped to handle those types of situations. So I hope that you are excited, and I certainly hope that you will not procrastinate and start watching those videos right away. As you can see in this section, there are different things you can do in order to avoid procrastination, but in this specific video, I'd like to share with you my two-step process that I like to use whenever procrastination creeps in and it really keeps me down, right? In those moments when I tend to overthink and I just can't get myself to do what I need to do. And we all have those moments, myself included. I still have those moments when sometimes I have to say I feel a little bit paralyzed, and whenever it happens, I use this simple strategy to make things happen. So the first thing is that when you have a problem, when you have a challenge here intellectually, right, when you are overthinking something, it's very hard to solve that same challenge with the same way of thinking, right? If you have a challenge here and you're trying to solve it with this here, it's a little bit complicated. So what I like to do is whenever I'm stuck, whenever I know what I should be doing, I know why I should do it, but I still don't get myself to do it, I try to run away from this and get back into my physical body. For example, I would do a few jumping jacks. I may do some burpees. I may do some squats or push-ups. And of course,
If I had to pick the number one silent killer of our productivity and the biggest thing that holds people back from being as productive as they can possibly be, that would be your own brain and its desire to keep you safe. Of course, I'm so glad that you're here. If you have more things to do than you have time and you frequently get overwhelmed with all your priorities and tasks, then you're in the right place. I designed this course to help people from all walks of life. I've done my best to design this course as efficiently as possible since time is our most precious resource. So what are we going to be covering? This course is going to be focused into 3 areas or sections, each designed to build on the other, but each lecture is also labeled by concept very clearly so you'll be able to come back and hit specific topics that are most helpful for you later on. In our first section, we're going to focus on what's causing your overwhelm and what leads us to procrastinate. In our second section, we're going to build the foundation for a new level of productivity and cover the fundamentals and key concepts that must be mastered in order to really get the results you want. Just like this house of cards, if you don't keep you safe. Now, all of us struggle with procrastination from time to time. In fact, in many cases, our procrastination is simply a symptom of fear, whether it be fear of failure, being concerned we won't live up to expectations or produce good enough work, or even if it's just a task that's outside of our comfort zone, we'll rationalize reason after reason, but fear is almost always at the root cause. Now, when we find ourselves being busy without really moving forward, it's often because we're avoiding that most important task, but it's a task that makes us uncomfortable or something we're scared of. Now, I start with this silent killer first because it's critical to understand how your brain's designed. You see, we're all biologically wired for fear and to have a desire to stay within our comfort zone and to keep us safe. That's our brain's number one goal, is to keep us safe from harm. And it's served us well over thousands of years, keeping our ancestors alive long enough so that you and I are here living and breathing today. But here's the thing. In the 21st century, especially for you and me, we're no longer living in the jungle, dodging wild animals on a daily basis for our survival. But it's not just physical harm that your brain is trying to protect you from. It's also emotional harm. In fact, in many studies, the fear of public speaking ranks higher than even the fear of death. And as Jerry Seinfeld once said, that means at a funeral, more people would rather be in the casket than actually given the eulogy. But because our brain doesn't distinguish the difference between physical or emotional harm, it wants to avoid both. Now, this is a foundational principle that you must understand before we move forward. Your brain's doing its job when it tries to keep you from rejection or unpleasant experiences. It does this automatically. But you have to take control and override those subconscious warning signals. Courage is not the absence of fear, it's the willingness to act in spite of fear. And every single time you move through your fear, you further inoculate yourself from the fear that holds you back. It builds habits just like with anything else. So start today. When your brain does its best to protect you and throws up those warning signals and tries to have you take the path of least resistance and procrastinate, decide whether or not you actually need the protection. You have the power to move past those signals of fear and push right through it. Welcome back. Now our next silent killer is overwhelm. I'm sure you can identify from time to time with this guy here in our picture. Now, whether it's your tasks piling up, or maybe you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to manage it all, or even if you're a mother or a father that's trying to balance work with your family life, we all seem to be stretched further and further these days. Now, here's the thing. When your brain gets overwhelmed, it's kind of like a breaker being shut off, Your brain just completely shuts down. Now, I hear this from my clients and my students all the time. They're overwhelmed and they don't even know where to start. And in many cases, when this happens, they freeze. It paralyzes them and they're just stuck in the mud. But the problem is those tasks don't go away. That only makes the problem worse. I do have some good news for you, however. It doesn't have to be this way. You see, overwhelm really is subjective. It's much more of an emotion than it is a reality. With the right system or structure in place, you can manage just about anything that comes your way. Please don't leave this lecture without really internalizing this fact. With the right system or structure in place, you can manage just about anything that comes your way. Now, in this course, I'm going to show you multiple systems and strategies, but as an individual, you're unique. You've got different strengths and weaknesses and preferences than your neighbor or your coworker. In the end, it's up to you to try on a few of our strategies and decide what works best for you and your personal situation and style. Now, these strategies are coming up later, but I don't want to leave you completely hanging until then. I want to give you a couple of quick suggestions right now. One major source of overwhelm, I know for most of us, is caused by that open loop that happens in your head. Your brain thinks it's doing you a favor by continuing to remind you and remind you and remind you of all those open tasks and to-dos you have on your to-do list. But many times, it chooses to remind us at the most inopportune time, perhaps when we're laying down to go to sleep at night, and will continue to bombard us with all our open tasks. The first thing you've got to do when you get overwhelmed is to get all those thoughts out of your head. You've got to break out a piece of paper and a pen and perform a brain dump. Just get it all out. I mean everything. From there, once you've got it all out on paper, you can prioritize it and break it into bite-sized pieces. You can break out the urgent from the not so urgent, and you can remove those tasks altogether that really aren't priority. Then you can delegate or hand some of those tasks off to someone else. But the key is get it all out of your head onto paper. And once you have it on that paper, it's going to help your brain understand that everything's accounted for, and it will help to reduce that continual open loop. And once you've got it on paper, you can then start to organize it and create a plan. Now, the other major source of overwhelm is due to complexity. If we deem a project too large or too complex, it can freeze us in our tracks. Just like before, you've got to break out a pen and hash things out on paper. For example, let's say you've got a presentation due for a client. Now, that can be a very big task and one that can overwhelm you just by the size of it. Now, we're going to use this as an actual example. So let's say on your to-do list, you've got something written down like most of us might do, and you just put presentation or create presentation. Now, that itself is a pretty big task. And as that's staring at you in the face, it can be overwhelming. So what I'm going to suggest for you is instead break that down into many smaller pieces and make them as small as you possibly can. So for example, maybe your first task is, call boss for suggestions. Okay? So that could be a simple first step. Second step could be, start outline. Maybe a third step would be to, research evidence for whatever your presentation is going to be on. Maybe another step would be to create your PowerPoint slides. Then after that, maybe we're going to create notes for each slide. Then we'll practice our overall pitch in our presentation, and then perhaps we put something down like time our presentation. Now again, this is just an example of what you might use, but the key is to come and break these down into further steps and make them as small as possible, because once you start to break these chunks down, it becomes a lot less overwhelming. Instead of having this huge, create presentation task staring you in the face, it's easy just to pick up the phone, call your boss, ask for some suggestions, and then boom, you can come down here, you can cross this off our list, and then you can come to the next step and start your outline. Now, depending upon how overwhelmed you are, the more overwhelmed you are, the smaller you need to break down each task. The smaller you break down each task, the quicker your overwhelm's gonna go away, and you can start knocking these off one at a time. As we get to later lectures, we're gonna go into more detail on how you can combat overwhelm. But for now, what I encourage you to do is look for times when you get overwhelmed as a trigger for your procrastination, and start to jot down all your tasks and everything that's in your head on paper. And if it's a complexity issue and if something's too large, break it down into smaller chunks. Our next silent killer of productivity is not having a plan. And one of the best ways to just about guarantee yourself to be unproductive and to get poor results is to just wing it. It may sound a little crazy, but in reality, this is exactly what most people do. And if you're honest with yourself, what does your plan look like on a daily basis? Now, without a conscious strategy on how to manage your priorities and invest your time, you are almost certain to get caught up in the current of other people's agendas, emails, phone calls, and interruptions. Without a plan, it's incredibly easy to feel busy, but leave the office or go to bed at night wondering what the heck it was that you actually accomplished. There's a multitude of options when it comes to planning your priorities and staying organized. There's your classic to-do list. You can use a calendar, or in this day and age, there seems to be an app for just about anything. What plan or approach you actually use is much less important than the fact that you actually use something. Now, we're going to go into much further detail in future lectures, and I'm going to get you started with a couple of examples. But for right now, let's understand why having a plan is so critical. The first thing that planning is going to do for you is provide clarity. Now, planning forces you to get clear on what it is you actually want to accomplish. It allows you to really decide how to invest your time and what your most important tasks are. Now, as silly as this sounds, many don't even know. And it sounds simple, I know. But I can't tell you how often when I sit down to write out the 3 most important tasks that I want to accomplish that day, how frequently I pause and have to really give it some serious thought. This is a really critical first step. Another key benefit of having a plan is that it locks you in. And once you lock in to your priorities of the day, it's really going to help you lock out all the distractions and all the things that pop up along the way that can get you sidetracked. And lastly, a plan creates great subconscious accountability. When you've got a system and you've got a plan and you actually write out what your top priorities are for the day, I'm telling you, it will nag at you until you get it done. And I've found that this will at least double your chance of actually completing that task if you commit to it in writing. Please don't underestimate the power behind this particular advantage, because be honest, we all love crossing those things off our to-do list. Now, if you don't consistently plan your week and plan your day, and you're not doing that already, your job is to start planning your day and planning your week before the end of this course. I'm going to get into more depth and walk through this in more detail in future lectures, but like Benjamin Franklin said, failure to plan is planning to fail. Our next silent killer of productivity is
Welcome to Optima's online employment application. My name is Christina and I've been part of the Optima family since 2008. I've held various roles within my time here and currently act as a talent acquisition coordinator. First off, thank you for your desire to join our team. Optima is an outsourced contact center that has been in business since 1992. For over 25 years, Optima's success has
Hi there, my name is Rosette. I started with Optima back in September 2008. My career with Optima began.
Hi there, my name is Lavana. Bonjour.
Hi there, my name is Dara and I'm currently a developer in our IT department here at Optima.
Hello again, and thank you very much for taking the time to answer the series of questions we've thrown at you so far. You're doing great. In almost all the positions we offer at Optima, speech quality and telephone communication skills are essential job duties. And as such, before moving forward in the application process, we need to assess your overall telephone manner. In a contact center, employees rely on a script to manage their customer contact interactions. And our contact center is no different. If you've never worked in a contact center before, this may not be completely natural to you yet, but not to worry. In this exercise, we provide you a script to read and ask you to pretend that you're actually talking to a customer. Your script recordings and the answers to the 2 interview questions that follow will be reviewed by our talent acquisition specialist, who will assess your language clarity, the tone of your voice, pitch of your voice, and overall verbal communication skills. The better you are at sounding natural, as opposed to reading a script, the better assessment you will receive. We will review the results of your online application within 24 hours, and should you be selected for an interview, you can expect to hear back from us typically the next business day by phone. We hope you've enjoyed your experience, learned a bit about Optima, and wish you good luck with your job search. Talk to you soon.